Découvrez le charme estival du Maroc. Soleil, détente et aventure vous attendent. Du désert majestueux aux ruelles animées des Médinas, le Maroc vous promet une aventure inoubliable. Explorez des souks enchantés, imprégnez-vous de la culture vibrante et laissez-vous séduire par l'hospitalité chaleureuse de ses habitants. Cliquez sur la bannière pour en savoir plus.
So in 10 minutes we're going to start with the second dressage competition of the day, the juniors individual dressage competition from the European Championships. We have in total 66 competitors in this class. 34 are gonna ride today and the other ones are gonna ride tomorrow. We have also 5 judges around the arena. The judge by E is Sandrine Grimborn from France. The judge by H is Thomas Kessler from Germany. The judge by C is Janine van Twist from the Netherlands. The judge by M is Jacques van Dalen from Belgium. And the judge by B is Eva Maria Vint Warmington from Estonia. These are the 5 judges for this junior individual dressage class. In exactly 8 minutes we're going to start with this class. So in a few moments we're going to start with this junior individual dressage competition here at the Steffix Arena at Centaur Park. And there we see already our first competitor is coming in the arena. And that is for Poland, Alexandra Blachno with Travenorts Diabolo. It is a 13-year Holsteiner gelding from Diarado out of Guardus Limbus. For Poland, Alexandra Blachno.
Good afternoon then, and welcome back to Centaur Park for this FEI Dressage European Championships. We are bringing you the individual competitions today for the pony and junior riders. 66 junior competitors will come forward in this competition, and we'll bring you half of those this afternoon, and then the second half will take place tomorrow, Saturday, where we will decide the final medals. Well, our first competitor is already in the ring. It's Alexandra Blachno of Poland, who rides Travenorts Diabolo. We just see her across the medium trot there as the first extension of the test, before we then head into the shoulder in. And then these two half circles, really key moments of the test, demonstrating the control and balance of the combination. Well, Alexandra ranks 25th in the FEI Dressage World Youth Ranking, and earlier this week scored 65.667 in the team test. Getting a good few 7s and 6.5s here. She's had this horse for some time, with wins in Poland at a couple of different shows this year. Good stepping round the hind legs, but a little bit of a loss of momentum there. That flying change at I coming up prior to the medium canter across the short diagonal. She gets 7ths primarily for her flying change, as she's a little bit late behind with the change at F. Simple change of leg between D and L there before another half circle. Change is clean at K.
And immediately very nice opening dressage test from Alexandra Blachno from Poland. She looks happy, the team is happy, so then we are waiting now for the point.
Well, for Alexandra Blachno then, the score is trending at 66 and above. With Travanots Diablo, this 13-year-old by Diarado. We await the confirmed score for our first competitor. It is now 66.265 for Poland for Alexandra Blachno. The format of the day then, or the format of the afternoon, we will bring you the first 9 competitors and then in blocks of 9 until around 7:15 local time this evening. Then we'll kick off again tomorrow at 2 p.m. local time with the second part of this competition. Moving on then from Poland, we now turn to Belgium and to Angelina Hermans.
Angelina Hermans. Zij bereidt de Darko van Nymphenburg. Het is een 14-jarige Hannoveraanse ruim van Danone uit de Weltroem. Voor België, Angelina.
Well, this is Angelina's first European Championships, and she was part of the 9th place team yesterday, individually 45th in that team test, scoring 66.242. She was a successful pony rider up until the end of 2022, and she then took the ride on Darko von Nymphenburg. So this is only the 3rd time she's competed in the individual test. best score was 67.549, achieved in May of this year in Compiègne. Lovely halt to begin. Darko von Nymphenburg is a 14-year-old. He's by Danon 1, right in Germany. Quite a big walk, this horse. Nice and relaxed in the arena here. The walk scoring 6.5s and 7s. Lovely supple movement and a clear extension in the ground cover here in the extended canter. That's really nice to see. Maintains the same rhythm, but extends the ground cover, and the change is really good at the end as well. Getting 7s across the board now.
Trips at that weekend when I would drop down to see her.
Well, it comes down to the final halt. Angelina, Hermans and Darko von Nymphenburg. This 14-year-old gelding. Lots to like about that test and plenty of sevens coming through there. An 8 from the judge at M for the halt. Also a couple of 6s, but looked pretty good from our angle. Probably going to take an early lead here, trending over 67%. Going ahead of Alexandra Blachno.
Gaan we kijken naar de punten zo dadelijk van onze jury.
Confirmed score then for Angelina Hermans of Belgium is 67.029 and she takes an early lead, but only 2 have gone so far.
Zij kreeg van de jury bij E65.147, bij H67.941, bij C67.941, bij M68.971 en bij B65.147. Maakt een totaal van 67.029. Het resultaat voor Angelina Hermans voor België. Then we go now to Switzerland with Emily Weseloh, and she's riding Be Happy. It's a 10-year-old Hanoveraanse gelding from Brisbane out of the Niro. For Switzerland, Emily Weseloh.
We turn now to Switzerland. Emily Weseloh rides Be Happy. He is a 10-year-old by Brisbane out of a De Niro mare and is owned by Stephanie Weseloh, first rider for Switzerland in this individual competition for juniors. This one presented by Renaissance Saddles. Keeps a good balance through those trot circles. Loses the momentum a little bit through the half pirouette, but now looks like this horse could have a really good walk, really great level of overtrack, And over track, of course, is where we're looking for the hind hoof to step over the print of the front hoof with the extension of the stride. Really nicely done there. And picks up 7s, 7.5s and 8s for the extended walk. Well, big pats for Be Happy Emily Weseloh with this 10-year-old. I'd say lots of 8s coming through on the score, and it looks like we're having scores climbing ever higher with each rider into the ring. Gets an 8 from the judge at M for her halt, and 7s pretty much across the board for the collective marks as well.
Let's see what the result is for Emily.
Emily Weseloh and Be Happy. First competitor for Switzerland. Looks to be just ahead of Angelina Hermans, but we will wait for that to be the confirmed score. As Lou Eden Commenge comes into the ring. Lou rides Legend Dancerino. And yes, indeed, Emily Weseloh is confirmed with a score of 68.177 and takes the lead again.
Points from Judge E is 69.265, H 67.794, by C 67.353, by M 69.706.
Well, riding for France, Lou Eden Commenge rides Legend Dancerino, as we say this. 8-year-old gelding by Dante Weltino.
Lou Eden Commenge with Legend Dancerino.
They've been competing in the junior international classes since the beginning of 2023. Lou, previously a pony international rider. She was part of the 6th placed pony team in 2022 and 6th placed junior team last year. She was part of the 5th placed team in the junior team competition this week and was 14th individually, scoring 70.182. They rank 18th in the FEI Dressage World Youth Ranking. So impressive considering that Dancerino is just 8 years old. Just a little bit of unsettledness in the walk there. Little, not quite jogging, but perhaps anticipating the counter transition. Well trained, we'll call that. Eden Commenge. Competed at Jardy for a second place in the freestyle, fourth in the individual with 67.402. Personal best in the individual competition, though, is 71.912. And they achieved that in Jardy last year. As I say, this horse is just 8 years old and was developed as a 6-year-old by Nicolas Commenge. He took this horse to the World Young Horse Dressage Championships. Down to the final halt then, Eden Commenge with this super talented 8-year-old legend Dancarino.
And also for
certainly a lot to like. Gets 5.5s though for the halt. Looks like she will be going into second place here, but a lot to like, and what a talent for the future. You can see the French flags flying from the supporters at the kiss and cry. Great to see so many supporters at the edge of the arena, this being the Steffex Arena at Centaur Park. Fantastic venue for show jumping and dressage, one that's a real favourite with plenty of riders across both disciplines.
And here's the result then for Eden, 67.765, second place so far in the provincial ranking.
So she does indeed go into second place. It's 67.765 for Eden Commenge. Judges' scores ranging from 65.3% up to 69.6.
And then
averages out at 67.765 for second place for France for now.
With Fidelio. It's a 13-year-old gelding from Floris Count out of Lauris Crusader. For Austria, Karina Zajic.
We turn to Austria now, to Karina Zajic with Fidelio. This one is a 13-year-old gelding by Floris Count, owned by Christoph Zajic. Lovely push across the long diagonal there in the extended trot, just floats with such great impulsion. Keeps the body straight well in the half pass with a bit of bend in the neck. That's just what we're looking for. Well, plenty of lovely moments for Karina, Zajic and Fidelio for Austria.
And also a high performance from
An
Karina
8
Zajic,
for the halt.
Austria.
Plenty of 7.5s and 7s for the flying changes as well.
Beautiful arena here at Stefix. Let's see for the points of the judges. Is it high enough to take the first place? We will see.
Well, That, of course, rounds things out for Karina Zajic, and she comes home with a score of 69.059. Some of those late great scores pushing her on to the 69% mark and into the lead. 69.059. Well, our next competitor will represent Estonia, and it will be Magi with Champagne. Her time given to her was 2:40 local time, and of course she is entitled to wait until that time, so we're likely to just have a momentary pause now while we wait for our next competitor. It will be Magi of Estonia at 2:40.
But she's still got a few minutes before she can go in, so let's give her a little bit more time, and it will be nice to watch also this junior competition, the individual dressage competition here at the European Championships at Centaur Park. And there she is, number 6 of the starting list for Estonia, Magi with Champagne, a 14-year-old mare from Imperio out of Quattro. For Estonia, Magi. Well, a beautiful halt for Magi and Champagne for Estonia. Excellent start for this combination. They go with sixes. It's a very square halt from this angle. You get sixes, 7 from C. And again, a good clear difference for the medium trot there. Maria competes in the junior category, some young rider classes, and is listed on some under 25 lists as well. She scored 74.121 in this week's team competition. Just a little bit of resistance in the half pass. So then gets that back together for her right turn. She comes here from wins in Riga and Ebba. Her last individual test with this horse was in Pärnu in Estonia, and she scored 65.882. This, though, is not her first European Championships. She actually competed Champagne in the Children's Europeans back in 2021 as well. Champagne is by Imperio 3. Still getting those 6.5s and 7s.
loses the momentum a bit through the half pirouette, and in just getting that back, we just nearly head in towards the trot. Lovely through the simple change.
And this was then the dressage test from Magi from Estonia. We have still 3 riders to go before the short break. Preparing the footing.
Well, your leading score is that of Austria's Karina Zajic at the moment, with Fidelia 69.059
Judges
is the score. And that is your leading score at the moment.
And there it is, the points, 65.9.
And here it is, the score for Estonia's Magi. It's 65.941. That will slot her into 6th place.
By H 66.029, by C 65.441, by M 63.824, and by B 68.088. The result in total makes 65.941. The result for Magi from Estonia. And from Estonia we go now to Great Britain. That is our next combination. And for Great Britain we have in the arena Miles Graham with the Nibley Union Hit. It's an AES mare, 17-year-old. From Nibley Union Jack out of Sandro Hit.
Well, from Estonia we then go to Great Britain. Miles Graham then with Nibbly Union hit for Great Britain. First rider for the British contingent out this afternoon. This horse is by Nibbly Union Jack, out of a Sandro hit mare and is owned by Caroline Bell. They rank second in the junior world rankings and had a real highlight for the British team in the team competition yesterday, scoring 72.182 and finishing 6th individually. Highest placed British rider. Of course, the German team were very dominant in our team competition in both the pony and the junior categories. They come here fresh from a win in the individual competition at both Wellington and Hickstead in Great Britain. In fact, also winners at Addington back in March as well. The personal best in the individual test is 73.941, and they are trending well already here with some 8s coming through, plenty of 7.5s. Trending at 71.769 would take him into the lead. Really nice extended walk, great level of overtrack, really extending the neck and head down to the contact as well is exactly what we're looking for. Lovely placement of that half pass in the canter. Flying change slips through really correctly there. Gets a couple of 7.5s for that. Again, really correct changes. Gets an 8 for his half pass as well, and 7s and 7.5s for all the changes. Well, Miles Graham was the highest placed British rider in the team competition yesterday, finishing in 6th place with that great score of 72.182. He's just trending a fraction below that today.
Let's see what the judges think about this performance. It has to be in the 70s, I'm sure of that, but let's wait and see.
Well, will Miles Graham be the highest ranked British rider in this junior competition today as an individual? Yes, he's gone to the top of the leaderboard. 72% is the score. It's a big one.
For Miles Graham, and he is taking the lead in this competition.
And the judges unanimous at having him at the top of the leaderboard. Great start for the British team. Great talent there in young Miles Graham, taking the lead in this junior individual competition presented by Renaissance Saddles.
Makes a total of 72% for Miles Graham from Great Britain. Then we go to starting number 8 for Germany, Theresa Pohl, and she is riding Lennox US. It's an 8-year-old.
So Miles takes the lead. Karina Zajic is in second now for Austria, and Emily Weseloh for Switzerland is in third. Well, the German team were so super strong yesterday, just dominant in that team competition. And Theresa Pohl is their first competitor for the individual section. Maria rides Lennox US. They rank 187th in the world, but scored 73.636. In yesterday's team competition. It's just a relatively new partnership. And of course was with Jill Bogers of the Netherlands as a young horse. So big score yesterday, finishing third individually in the team test. 81% is where they are trending at this very early stage of the test. Up until this point, their personal best in the individual test is 70.931. But a 9 from the judge at B for the Holtz, 3 8s. Just beautiful extension in the trot there. Now trending towards 77%, but still very strong. Lennox is just 8 years old. We have another 8-year-old in third place. Just a little bit of a slight loss of straightness through the rein back. Gets 8 and 8 and 7s for the walk half pirouette though. In terms of the lineup for the competition today, we have 2 German riders coming forward today. The next will be Alex von Boris with Fingerfuhl. They go at 4:07 local time. Lovely flank change from Maria Theresa Pohl. Also picking up 8s for her canter half pass. I'm sure Miles Graham will be watching this eagerly, as his lead may not be held for too long. Another really nice flying change. More 8s coming through for Maria. Again, very correct change at K, really well established. 7.5s and an 8. And super well trained in the whole step back, but initially perfectly square. And what a talent this horse is, just 8 years old.
Yesterday she was also in the team
and owned by Maria herself. What a prospect for the future.
Yesterday. And now we're going to see what the points are for today.
Well, another stunning test. A real pleasure to be watching these young talents in action. Miles Graham there getting that 72% for Great Britain. And Maria Theresa Pohl now takes the lead from him straight away. 72.353 is the score, and she goes into the lead.
Judge E is 71.029.
Well, our final competitor before we take a break is Pepe Coko for Finland with Damasco Canisiera. Source is 16 years old and is a gelding by Tornado.
And then the next combination is in the arena
riding for Finland.
Pepe Coko with Damasco Canisiera. That's a gelding from Tornado for Finland. Pepe Coko.
Pepe starting to pick up some 6.5s.
Sometimes I take a left when everything is right, and I can see the road when I turn out the light. I sleep under the stars and then it starts to rain. Take cover in a bar and run into a friend, and run into a friend, and run into a friend, and run into a friend till the sun comes out again. Fell asleep in LA, woke up in Bangkok, gave my soul to a babe in a pawn shop. Oh my ego, my home could be anywhere, any road, any road, any road will take me there. Any road, any road, any road. Oh my ego, my home, any road, any road, any road will take me there. I may have roamed these streets 100 times before, and when I finally meet you, I'll roam 100 more. And maybe we'll go north, and maybe we'll go south, just to keep on rolling.
Well, Pepe's sort of ranging between the 4s and 7s. Judges making good use of the range of marks for this test with Damasco Canisiera.
She broke my heart. We were riding in a rickshaw down Sunset Boulevard, and I asked her where we're going. She said, baby, don't you care? Any road will take you there. Fell asleep in LA, woke up in Bangkok, gave my soul
Unfortunately, with the non-delivery of the flying change, that will incur 0s and 1s. And the simple change then gets 2s. Manages a flying change at K there and gets 6s, 6.5s and a 7. But there have been some quite costly mistakes, unfortunately, in this test. Square to the halt, and but a few mistakes for Pepe. Coko is going to pull that score down a little bit. Oops, a little bit of a stumble on the way out, and they are going to go into 9th place with that performance.
Short break now. We have a short break of 15 minutes for preparing the footing. And then we
Well, the score in for Pepe Coko is 58.765%.
But we are Waiting
And
now
as I
for the
say, they
points of
slot
our
into
judges
9th
for
place.
this Finnish
Leading the way, though,
combination.
it's Maria Theresa Pohl with a score of 72.353. We take a short break now, a short drag break for 15 minutes. Your next competitor will be Portugal's Alice Pinto Fernandez, and she goes at 3:27 local time. So about 15 minutes break before your next competitor for Portugal.
And here are the points from our judges. 58.765, the result for Pepe Coko from Finland, judged by E. 59.265, by H. 58.676, by C. 57.353, by M. 57.353, and by B. 61.176. Makes a total of 58.765, the result for Pepe Coko from Finland. So, and then we have a 15-minute break for the second part. See you and hear you in a few moments.
Gee, I was cool. And when I finally got sober, felt 10 years older, but fuck it, it was something to do. I'm living out in LA. I drive a sports car just to prove I'm a real big baller, cause I made $1 million and I spend it on girls and shoes. But you don't wanna be high like me, never really know why like me. You don't ever wanna step off that roller coaster and be all alone. And you don't wanna ride the bus like this, never know who to trust like this. You don't wanna be stuck up on that station, stuck up on that stage singing. Oh, I know a sad soul, sad soul, darling. Oh, I know a sad soul, sad soul. I get along with old timers cause my name's a reminder of a pop song people forgot. And I can't keep a girl, no, cause as soon as the sun comes up I cut them all loose and work's my excuse. But the truth is I can't open up. And you don't wanna be high like me, never really know why like me. You don't ever wanna step off that roller coaster and be all alone. And you don't wanna ride the bus like this, never know who to trust like this. You don't wanna be stuck up on that station, stuck up on that station. Oh, I know a sad soul, sad soul, darling. Oh, I know a sad soul, sad soul. I was scared of dentists in the dark. I was scared of pretty girls and starting conversations. All my friends are turning green. You're the magician's assistant in my dream. Ooh, and they come and start. Later, running down to the riptide, take it away to the dark side. I wanna be your left-hand man. I love you when you're singing that song, and I got lump in my throat 'cause you're gonna sing the words wrong. There's this movie that I think you like. This guy decides to quit his job and heads to New York City. This cowboy's running from himself. She's been living on the highest shelf. They come unstuck. Later, running down to the riptide, taken away to the dark side. I wanna be your left-hand man. I love you when you're singing that song, and I got a lump in my throat 'cause you're gonna sing the words wrong. I just wanna know if you're gonna stay. I just gotta know. to the riptide, taken away to the dark side. I wanna be your left hand man. Lady, running down to the riptide, taken away to the dark side. I wanna be your left hand man. I love you when you're singing that song. I got a lump in my throat 'cause you wanna sing the words wrong.
So in a few moments we're gonna start with the second part of the junior individual dressage competition here at the European Championships. Still in the lead at this moment is Theresa Pohl with 72.353%. Second place Miles Graham at 72. And third place Karina Zajic with 69.059. Then we're gonna look now to number 10 of the starting list. The judges are ringing already the bells for our next competitor from Portugal. We're gonna watch Alice Pinto Fernandez. And she is riding Lucidio.
Welcome back then to the FEI Dressage European Championships for junior ponies. Today we bring you the junior competition. And your first competitor is Alice Pinto Fernandez with Lucidio. He is a 9-year-old Lusitano gelding. And Alice represents Portugal. Just under 60% in this early stage. Mixing between 5, 6s and 7s. I'll just walks to settle the horse there. And now we're coming across for the medium trot. Just having a word with the judge here. Well, looks like it's not quite the day for Alice Pinto Fernandez.
This was the performance of Alice Pinto Fernandez.
Well, it's the end of the road then for Alice Pinto Fernandez of Portugal with Lucidio. Welfare, of course, taking priority, and it's not to be their day today. So we have a short pause now. Once again, Ebba Wallin will come forward with Santorini 8, riding for Sweden. Their time is 3:35, so they will be your next competitor into the ring. We're likely to have a momentary pause. If you're just joining us, leading the way in this individual test is Maria Theresa Pohl with Lennox
So then if you want,
US.
we're gonna expect
That
the
leading
next combination in the
the leading
arena.
score is
It's number 11 from the starting
72.353.
list, a Swedish
The
combination.
silver medal spot, as it stands, is going to Miles Graham with Nibbly Union Hit. Score for them is 72. And in third place we have Katarina Zajic of Austria with Fidelio and a score of 69.059. So next up we will have Ebba Wallin with Santorini 8, a couple of moments before her official start time.
We go higher to the sky, reaching up, but I can't fly. You said you'd follow me anywhere, but I can't see you. You don't even care. I wanted more than you could give me. You were afraid to.
And there we see number 11 of the starting list for Sweden, Ebba Wallin with Santorini. That's an 18 years old gelding from San Remo out of Wolkenstein. For Sweden, Ebba Wallin.
So we go on to Ebba Wallin then now with Santorini 8, riding for Sweden. First competitor for the Swedish contingent. Ebba ranks 24th in the FEI Dressage World Youth Rankings. Comes here from the Baltic Championships, where she placed third, bronze medal winner in the freestyle. Freestyle was won by Vilma Bornhager of Sweden. This, though, is Ebba's first Europeans. She's competed Santorini 8 since 2022. Got quite a low way of going, actually. We're used to seeing them a little more uphill. Perhaps that's her approach for her medium work. Gets a few 7s and 6.5s. Santorini is one of the older horses in the field. He's 18 now. An 8-year-old is leading the way. Maintains that rhythm fairly well through the half pirouette. Takes a moment to get the flying change, but steps through cleanly once they're there.
I woke up in New York, and all the memories takes me back to ya. These streets are lonely without you here with me. Woke up in New York. I woke up in New York.
Takes a second to get the canter transition up there as well. Get 7s for the flying change, 6s for the simple change.
Try to move on without you, but it's not easy when a part of you is left in me. I can't control how I feel, come and set me free, 'cause a part of you is left in me. You're left in me. 'Cause a part of you is left in me. 'Cause a part of you is left in me. You're left in me. Woke up in Stockholm. That used to be our
Final halt then for Sweden's Ebba, Wallin and Santorini 8. The
And
flag
this was
is
the
flying
dressage
on
test
the
of,
kiss and
Ebba
cry.
Wallin for Sweden.
This 18-year-old gets an 8 from the judge at C for the halt. 7s, 7.5s and plenty of places. Trending just over 68%, which would put them into 4th place at this stage.
And we are waiting for the points of our judges.
The score is in then. It's 68.235 for Ebba, Wallin and
And here are the points for Ebba Wallin.
Santorini 8, her lovely 18-year-old gelding.
It's good for the 4th place of our provisional ranking. The points from Judge E is 67.794, from H 67.794, from C 70.294, from M 67.647, and by B 67.647 makes a total of 68.235. The result for Ebba Wallin from Sweden. In a few moments we go on with.
Well, we move
number
on then
12
shortly
our
to
starting list.
Switzerland,
It's
to
a
Sabrina
combination of
Rika.
Switzerland.
Switzerland's compatriot Emily Weseloh sits in 5th place.
And there she is for Switzerland, Sabrina Ride with Fabiola. And that's a 12-year-old Hannoveraanse mare from Foundation out of Weltmeier. For Switzerland, Sabrina Ride.
Well, Sabrina Ride brings forward Fabiola 3. Sabrina is 10th in the world in the junior listings. She finished 15th as an individual rider in the team competition, so hers was the 15th best individual score. She scored 70.152. She's trending at 71% here. She's been competing this horse for about a year, just under a year in fact. And their best score in the individual test so far has been 72.892. That was achieved in Veronica Nuova in Italy, where they were the winners. She also won the freestyle there. Big score in the freestyle of 75.083. Faviola's a 12-year-old mare. She's by Foundation, who goes back to Fiedertans and out of a Weltmare mare.
De beste zomervakantie ooit in Fantasialand. Hier kun je Taron beleven, de beste achtbaan van Europa. En Chiapas, de beste waterattractie van Europa.
In terms of scoring,
En de beste
a couple of
funpark van
circles
Bloemendaal.
for the
Groot
couple of eights for the half circle.
Ontdek fantastische werelden met het hele gezin en bestel nu je tickets op fantasialand.nl.
But excellent level of bend and good balance between the two circles.
We fight all the time but tend to forget. I say that you're mine but you ain't mine yet. We see our whole lives in pictures and text. Maybe that is why we don't see the end. I don't like getting caught in emotions. Most times we end up broken. Sometimes it's better if you don't. As far as I know, we're heading for a spiral and calling it the high road, never looking down. As far as I know, we're living off the high notes, skipping all the milestones. It's feeling good for now. As far as feeling goes.
Really lovely and relaxed in the extended walk, swinging through the back.
As far as feeling, I heard all the time and never slow down. I don't show that side, it's better for now. And I'll relive the times we spent in the clouds. You'll forgive the times that I let you down. I don't like getting caught in emotions. Most times we end up broken. Sometimes it's better if you don't. As far as I know, we're heading for a spiral and calling it the high road, never looking down. As far as I know, we're living off the high notes, skipping all the milestones. It's feeling good for now. As far as feeling goes. As far as feeling goes.
Getting some 8s for the extended canter, 7.5 for the counter canter. Great level of suppleness.
This was the dressage from Sabrina.
Well, concluding their test then, Sabrina
Let's see 4
Ride
points
of
of our
Switzerland with
judges.
Fabiola 3. His 12-year-old mare by Foundation. Owned by Susanne Ride. Lots of 8s coming through there. A couple of 6s and 6.5s, however. And so they're trending just below 70%. Score coming in for Switzerland. The earlier competitor for Switzerland, Emily Weseloh, scores 68.177. But what can Sabrina Ride do? It looks to be just under 70%. And yes, the score is in. It's 69.941, and Sabrina Ride will take 3rd place.
And the result
Drops
for
Katarina
Sabrina
Zajic
Ride
off
is
the podium, and she
69.941.
becomes the
The
bronze
result for
medal
Judge E is
spot holder at the moment. Of course, though, this is just the first day of this individual competition for the junior riders.
471 and B 69.265.
We'll go
Total result of
to a second day of action
69.942.
tomorrow.
Then we go to
The
France
best
with
across the
Anna
2 days will take the gold medal.
Karina de Val. It's a Dutch warm blood mare from
It's actually a
Everdell
big
out of
lineup
Sandrohit.
of riders. We have
Pour la France,
68
Anna
coming
Dupadi.
forward in this junior individual competition, so really competitive and hotly contested competition. Anna Dupadi comes next, riding for France with Jarina de Valais. They are 3rd in the world rankings. Placed 18th yesterday in the team class with 69.818. This, though, is not their first Europeans. Last year, they placed 6th in the individual class, and Anna herself has competed in the Pony Europeans back in 2021 and Children's in 2020. Jarina is 10 years old now. They won the individual and the freestyle at Jardy last month. Also won the team class at Compiègne in May and won the freestyle in Le Mans in February. So lots of strong results on their record. Personal best in the individual test is good over track, is clear to see. So solid in his canter work. Solid through the simple change.
I would have walked through fire to kiss your lips. Do you still think about it, of what you did? Still see your old apartment like a bad trip. Wish I could forget all the places we've been. Hot and heavy with your goodbyes. Boy, you know how to make a girl cry. Was sleeping in a bed full of lies. And now that I'm older, I can
Lovely halt to finish this test then.
And this was also a very
From
nice dressage
Anna
test from
Dupadi of
from
France. Gets 2.8s for her halt. She again is just trending below 70%. Oof, very, very tight indeed to that score of Sabrina Rika. But can Sabrina stay in the podium spot? We are going to see this leaderboard change up quite a lot. And it is changing by the minute. Anna Dupadi-Palladi's score is in. We are just waiting for that to be doubly confirmed. As your last competitor, Sabrina Rika, scored 69.941. And so the score for Anna is 69.971. She will knock Sabrina Rika into fourth place. Anna Dupadi-Palladi goes into third with Jarina De Valle.
And then we have the result of Anna Dupadi-Palladi, 69.971, third place so far in provisional ranking. The points of Judge E, 69.706, H, 69.118, C, 69.412, M, 70.1447, and B, 71.471. A total of 69.
Well, Hannah Luz comes next. Second competitor for Austria. Austria sit in fifth place right now with Katarina Zajic. Hannah Luz is 46th in the world and rides Franz Silber Curl. Competed on Wednesday in the team test to score 68.727. That was good enough for 23rd. Personal best in the individual test is 68.628. Quite a quick rhythm here, nothing against that. On a clear 3 tracks in the shoulder in. Good impulsion in that extended trot now.
She's praying to a God that won't talk back. Her faith is dying, the tears are sighing, she's going off track. Praying to a God that won't talk back, won't talk back. Down on her knees here, praying to a God that won't talk back. Hey. Mama believed that the devil had a dress on, so she's out of the town tonight. She got a
Good stretching down in the walk. Could possibly just stretch his head down a little bit more here. She is allowing the reins out a little. We could see that done a little more.
so she powders her nose, she just looking for the right shade. It gets hard to feel friction underwater. She's breaking out, tearing at the border. And too deep to save herself, she takes a pill that seems to help. Close her eyes and picture standing at the altar. She's praying to a God that won't talk back. Her faith is dying, the tears are sighing, she's going off track. Praying to a God that won't talk back, won't talk back. Down on her knees here, praying to a God that won't talk back. Hey.
Change just a fraction late behind, and so gets a couple of 6.5s. Good hind leg engagement, and again the change is correct, jumping through together.
Mama believed that the devil had a dress on, so she's out of the town tonight. She got her best on. Daddy believed that the needle was a highway, so she powders her nose, she just looking for the right shade. It gets hard to feel friction underwater. She's breaking out, tearing at the border. And too deep to save herself, she takes a pill that seems to help. Close her eyes and picture standing at the altar.
Down, effectively down the final line. It's square in front, not quite square behind. So
This was
just a
also
few
nice
moments
performance
there
from
for
Hannah Loos from Austria.
Hannah Usc of Austria, where we could possibly have picked up a couple more marks, but
There's
certainly
still
plenty
3 riders
of
to go
spots
before the
to
short
like
break
as well.
in this second part of the juniors individual dressage competition. In a few moments you'll get the points of Hannah Loos from our judges. And there they are, the points for Hannah
Well,
Loos,
comes in at 67.853. We have a lot of scores coming in around a similar mark at the moment. 67.853 for Hannah Usc of Austria, and she'll slot into 8th place with that performance. 3 more remain before we take our next break.
Makes a total of 67.853 is in this moment the 8th place so far in provisional ranking. The result for Hannelons from Austria. And then we see in the arena number 15 of the start list for Germany, Alex von Boris with Fine Gefühl. It's a 9-year-old Hannoveraanse mare from Fürstenball out of Forwell. For Germany, Alex von Boris.
Well, another German competitor now, the second of the German riders of the day. 2 will also come forward tomorrow, of course. They were so strong in the team tests yesterday. And Alex von Boris is next. Alex rides Fuel. She ranks 4th in the FEI Dressage World Youth Ranking with this horse. They won the freestyle and the individual test in Hagen last month. In that individual test, they clinched a personal best score of 74.951. Huge score. The freestyle test result there was 76.983. And in the team competition on Wednesday, they scored 72.758, placed 5th in the end for Germany, helping the team to that gold medal. No huge scores here at the moment, just consistency with the 7s, 7.5s, couple of 6.5s. Doesn't want too many of those. We don't want to drop below 70%, ideally. That, of course, is the dream, stay above 70. Just makes such a beautiful picture here. Over 71% now. Ooh, change of fraction late behind. Gets an 8 for the other flying change. Beautiful medium canter. 7.5 for that. Change scores going from 6.5 up to 8. A bit of a difference there. Really nice flying change there. Gets 8s for the counter canter, 2 8s for the flying change. Just this final line. She's actually trending in 3rd place at the moment, but there's been a lot to like here. And a good halt to finish.
Oh, what a high performance from our youth here today at Centaur Park. Yes.
There's the German
This
team
is
supporting
top sport.
Alex
A nice
von
dressage
Boris,
test
their
we saw
second
from
rider of the
Alex
day.
von Boris.
But with the mark for the halts and creeping up there for
Let's
the
see what the
general
judges
impression
are
score
thinking
as
about.
well. That seems to be creeping up and up into the top of our leaderboard. We'll wait for the score to be confirmed, but looks like it could be a new leader and a German 1-2. Beautiful setting in this
Yeah, a few
Step
months we're
X
gonna
arena
get
as
the
well.
Final results for this
That really
German
great viewing
combination.
platforms, vantage points for
We did also
spectators
very well yesterday
as well
in
as
the team
for
competition. And today
supporters and the teams too. Well, the score is in
we see
for
this
Alex von Boris,
the result
72.471.
72.471, and she's
Big,
taking
big
the lead
score
in
for
this,
the German rider,
competition.
and she'll
The
go
judges
into
by
first
E, the
place
points are
with that
73.088,
performance.
by H
Bumps Maria
71.765,
Theresa Pohl into
by C
second place
72.794,
by
by M
0.12 of a percent.
73.824, and by B 70.882. That means a total of 72.471, and that is the first place so far in the provisional ranking for Alex von Boris. That means first place Germany, second place Germany, and third place so far for Great Britain. Then we go on with our next competitor now, number 16 of the starting list, and that's for Spain. And there she is,
Well, your
Jeannette
new leader
van
there
der Martin.
is Alex von Boris
Riding
and
for Spain,
Young
she's riding
Well.
Zanon.
We will go though to 2 more riders before we take a short break. Next up we have Spain's Jeannette Valve Martin.
For Spain, Jeannette Valve Martin.
Jeanette's ride is called Zanon. Zanon is an 18-year-old gelding and one that's taken Jeanette through the children's competitions since 2021. Also was a junior horse for Marta Barra Gonzalez of Spain. But this is a lovely partnership to be able to watch. This is their 4th European Championships together. They achieved a team bronze medal in the children's competition last year. And finished 11th in the individual test. Also finished 11th in the individual in 2022. We've been in the top 20 every time. Unfortunately, a couple of 4s for the entry and halt. allows the neck down here effectively and picks back up. This horse is by Campanero, listed in the National Purebred Spanish Breed stud book. We'll head over for a conversation with the judges. We will await the outcome of that. It's Jeanette Valmartin of Spain.
Yes, and it's over, I think, for Jeanette Valmartin, but give an deserved applause. Thank you.
And so she heads out of the ring. It's not to be her day today, unfortunately. So departs the arena as we await our final competitor of this group. Alex von Boris is your new leader with 72.471. One competitor remains before we take a break. We may have a short break now, just until that time. It's going to be 4:23 for Morgan Walraven of the Netherlands. Do stay with us then. Most likely about 5 minutes until the start of the test for Morgan Walraven of the Netherlands.
So and then we have only one rider left for the short break, and that's a Dutch combination for the Netherlands. Number 17 of the starting list. She's a little bit off time, so that we're gonna give her also. At this moment, still in first place, Alex van Boris with 72.471. Second place for Germany, also Theresa Pohl, 72.353. Third place, Miles Graham with 72 points. Fourth place, Anna Bibi Belardi with 69.971. And at fifth place is Sabrina Ritteker from Austria with 69.941. This is a top 5 at this moment. But there's still a lot of combinations to come here in this individual dressage contest for juniors. En there she is for the Netherlands, Morgan Walraven. En zij bereidt Benicia, dat is een 8-jarige Westfalenmerrie van Benicio uit Londonderry. Voor Nederland, Morgan Walraven.
Well, Morgan Walraven then is primed and ready to go with Benicia, your final competitor in this group of riders. Stunning picture in the medium trot there. They're 79th in the world rankings. Relatively lightly competed in their partnership together internationally. Placed 10th in the team class yesterday, scoring 71.182. This is just their third individual test together. Their best was 68.383 in this test. Sevens and 7.5s pretty consistently. Benicia is another of the younger horses in the field, an 8-year-old mare. Allows the head and neck down and then picks back up well.
Let's get drunk. I'll pour my heart up through my mouth. This year's been hard for us, no doubt. Let's raise a glass to a better one. Let all the things that we've overcome bring home to us, 'cause me and you, we can hold this out. Only you understand how I'm feeling now, yeah. And I know I can tell you anything. You won't judge, you're just listening, yeah. 'Cause you're the best thing that ever happened to me. 'Cause my darling, you and I could take over the world, one step at a time, just you and I, just you and I. 'Cause you're the only one who brings light just like the sun, one step at a time, just you and I, just you and I. Let's get drunk, we'll reminisce about the days we were broke, not getting paid, and taking trips at that weekend when I would drive down to see her, and we would paint the town. Too many shots I'd be passing out, 'cause I could never keep up. Quad rods, now I'm puking up, and I know I can tell you anything. You won't judge, you're just listening, yeah. 'Cause you're the best thing that ever happened to me. 'Cause my darling, you and I could take over the world, one step at a time, just you and I.
Very swiftly through the half pirouette there.
Tired of chasing paper, staring at this screen. Been saving up for weeks now, just to get to you, my dear. And though you're far from my home, this ain't no weekend bar. You know my heart grows fonder. Must be city love, 'cause my darling, you and I take over the world, one step at a time, just you and I. 'Cause my darling, you and I take over the world, one step
Well, we conclude
Wat
that
een
test then
kwaliteit zien
for
we hier vandaag
Denmark's
toch weer
Morgan
allemaal hier
Walraven
in deze
and
Dressage-twisten.
Benicia. Some
Wel weer
trending
enkele
just above
werkpuntjes,
70%.
maar
Could
niet
see her go into the
doorgegeven
top
om hier toch
4,
weer een
but
prachtige
podium
prestatie
position looks
neer te
tricky
zetten.
at this
Morgen
stage
Walraven.
for
Dat
Morgan
zal zoveel mogelijk
Walraven
blijken
and Benicia.
als we de punten van de jury krijgen.
Well, the score's in for Morgan Walraven. It is going to be 70.235. That goes into 4th place. Another very good test from the Dutch competitor, the highest placed Dutch competitor of the competition so far, and she goes into 4th place. The leaderboard, though, at the moment shows 2 German competitors in the top 2 spots. Alex von Boris, the best, at the top of the leaderboard with 72.471. Maria Theresa Pohl follows in second for Germany with 72.353, and 3rd place for now is Miles Graham with Nibbly Union Hit for Great Britain with 72% exactly. Well, that concludes the second group of riders with 2 more groups to bring you. Our next competitor will be Victoria German, and she rides for Ukraine. She goes at 4:46 local time, so once again we have about 15 minutes time until your next competitor, Victoria German.
4:46 we see each other again, so in 15 minutes you can see us back.
seeing raindrops on the car, race against each other like a flickering star. Sleeping on the backseat with no sorrow on my mind, leaving all my thoughts behind. Memories of innocence filling me with joy. Take me back and let me be that carefree little boy. Take me home, oh, take me home, oh, to that peaceful valley. Don't wanna roam. Take me home, oh, take me home, oh, take me back in time to my childhood home.
So, and we see that our judges are coming back. That means that it's almost time for our third part of this junior individual dressage class here at the Stefix Arena. For information, the judge by E is Sandrine Trimborn from France, by H is Thomas Kessler from Germany, by C is Janine van Twist for the Netherlands, by M Jacques van Dalen for Belgium, and by B Eva Marie Van Warmington from Estonia. These are the 5 judges for this individual dressage class of juniors. So, and our next combination is for the Ukraine. It's number 18 of the starting list. And then we go to Victoria, German, with Dom Rico. For the Ukraine, Victoria, German.
Oh, welcome back to this junior individual competition. We go to Ukraine now, to Victoria German with Dom Rico. Sixes and 6.5s for the halt. just outside the top 100 in the world rankings. There is that FEI Dressage World Youth Ranking, a different one for juniors, for children, for ponies. And so when we talk about that here, we are talking about the list for juniors. As of course we are in the junior individual competition presented by Renaissance Saddles. Well, this combination scored 60.824 in the individual test last year. Well, I think it's the end of the road for Victoria German and Dom Rico.
Yes, that's a little mistake over there, but next time it will be better, for sure. Victoria German from Ukraine was it.
It's the end of the road for Victoria German. And Dom Rico sadly going to be eliminated there.
Then in a few moments we are inviting number 19 of the starting list. That's a Danish combination in the arena.
Well, we're likely to have a bit of a break now. Your next competitor will be Anna Teibel-Raben of Denmark. Her start time, though, is 4:54. So we're likely to have just a few minutes pause while we wait for Anna Teibel-Raben and Sparaday. Of course, they don't need to come forward until their designated time. And so just a couple of minutes until Anna heads into the ring.
you want and it makes me look down. So much time to lost, I don't know when I found. I just know my heartbeats when you're around. I just know my heartbeats when you're around.
And there she is, number 19 of the start list for Denmark. Anna Table Rabban with Sparaday. It's a Danish warm blood gelding, 7-year-old from Turbulent's Spartacus out of Don Frederik. For Denmark, Anna Table.
Well, following the elimination of Victoria German, we now go to Denmark once again then, to Anna Teibel Rabben. Anna rides Sparaday. She ranks in the 184th in the world, and has just started competing Sparaday this year in the international competitions. She has another horse, Quick Star, as well. In our team competition, this pair achieved the second highest placed score, which was 73.909. Prior to coming here, she also went to Hagen, so this is just her second international individual test, and she scored 72.402 in the earlier version. Not quite the entry that she would have wanted, scoring some 4s and 4.5s. Good demonstration of the stretching down. Hopefully the score can pick up now. She's getting some 8s, the half pass and the half circles.
When the beat drops out and the people gone, will you still be there for me, child? And when the lights go out and the morning comes, will you still be there for me, child? When the beat drops out, life happens when you're making plans, flying high and shaking hands. The song will write you, you don't write it. I didn't mean to fall.
7.5s across the board, couple of 8s for the shoulder in.
I was running, we collided.
Does have a lovely natural way of going.
I will always make time. I just wanna know that feelings in your heart for me. Baseline, after all the great times, I just wanna know that feelings in your heart. When the beat drops out and the people gone, will you still be there?
Maintains the good rhythm through the half pirouettes.
When the lights go out and the morning comes, will you still be there for me, child? When the beat drops out and the people gone, will you still be there for me, child? When the lights go out and the morning comes, will you still be there for me, child? When the beat drops out with you.
Quite an exuberant flying change. Gets some 8s for that. Just, oh, wow, that's such a shame. Oh, what a pity for Anna Teibel-Raben. Remember, those Faraday is only 7 years old, so there is a lot to like about this test. Some stunning moments. What a talent. Of course, there will now be some lower marks, some 1s for the flying change. And 4s for the simple change as well. You're very much capable of doing the changes, as you can see. Well, down to that final halt, 1s and 3s for the flying change, unfortunately, and 6.5, 6 and 7s for the halt.
From Denmark.
We'd expect them to get quite a good mark for the general impression, but some unfortunate mistakes there for Anna Teibel-Raben. At one point she was trending at the top of the leaderboard, but you do have to bear in mind that this horse is just 7 years old. And so not very established and just has a little bit to learn for coming competitions, but you can see the potential. You can see that this is going to be a brilliant horse for the future. So scores with a good range, using all of the marks available to them.
Judge E 68.529, from H 67.206, from C 68.088, from M 67.059, and from B 69.706.
Well, the score is 68.118 for Anna Teibel-Raben. She goes into 10th place. At one point looked like she could almost take the lead, but some very costly mistakes pulling her score down.
Then the next combination sounds Czechoslovakia with Barbora, Krejcirova with Serrano. It's a 16-year-old Oldenburger stallion from Serrano Gold out of Ruben Royal Old. For Czechoslovakia, Barbora, Krejcirova.
We go to the Czech Republic now. It's Barbora Krejcirova. Barbora rides Serrano. He is a 16-year-old stallion by Serrano Gold, out of a mare by Ruben Royal OLD. This pair are 65th in the world and scored 65.636 on Wednesday. A partner for Barbora just since earlier this year. Their best score in the individual test is 68.284. As you can see, we're trending about 64% here. Good lilt to the pace. A little bit of head nodding going on here. But Barbara picking up some sixes and sevens. Good strike off, a little bit of hopping with the back legs together and just not quite correct there. So getting down to some 5.5s and 5s in the walk.
When the sun had left and the winter came and the skyfall could only bring the rain, I sat in darkness, all broken hearted. I couldn't find a day, I didn't feel alone.
Really nice reaching across in the half pass there. Good crossing over of the legs. So a couple of 7.5s coming in for the half pass.
From the darkest nights, you're the riverbank where I was baptized, cleansed all the demons.
And this was a nice dressage test from
Well, a nice relaxed test there from Barbora Kreshirova with Serrano.
In a few moments you'll get the
trending
from the judges,
around the 63-64% mark.
performance here at Centaur Park.
Well, Barbora Kreshchirova's score is in. It's going to be 63.677. Goes into 16th place then with that score, 63.677 for the Czech Republic's Barbora Kreshirova. Olga Fischer rides then for Sweden. Olga rides Grevens SAVA, horse who's by Blue Horse Soprano, out of a mare by Blue Horse Romancier. On Wednesday, they scored 67.757 in the team test, and they placed 8th in the individual competition at the Baltic Championships last month. Well, interestingly, this combination, they have their personal best is 69.657 in the individual test. However, they have actually scored 3 times 68.529. Could be a magic number for them. Good lengthening with the particularly impressive action in the front leg there. Grevens is 19 years old. Great to see these established horses still in action. This is a former ride of Alexander Iderhelgstrand. He had this horse as a junior, and of Karina Neverman Torup earlier on as well. Competed this horse in the Prix George and into 1 levels. Just sort of hops through the change a little bit there, not very clean with the hind legs, and so gets some fours. Again, just doesn't quite jump through. It's a better change though, and gets to the sevens for that one. Just a slight step forward, and it's a great halt to finish for Olga Fischer with Grevens. SAVA, this lovely 19-year-old mare who has really given so many talented young riders a real leg up into the sport. An impressive equine athlete, and some Swedish flags flying for these supporters there as well. Get some good sevens and 6.5s.
62.647 and B 66.765. That was the result for Barbora Krajčírova, 63.677. And then we are waiting for the result for Olga Fischer with Grevens for Sweden.
Well, the leading score still is 72.471. It's the score from Alexandra, Boris and Fiengefue. Olga Fischer, though, sits in 14th place at this stage with that score of 66.530, scores ranging from 65.8 up to 67.4. Averages out though at 66.53. 14th place.
530% the result for Olga Fischer from Sweden. Our next combination is from Litauen with Milda Lisowskaite with Sea Cloud V. It's an Oldenburger gelding. And we go to see for Litauen Milda Lisowskaite.
Well, our next competitor represents Lithuania. It is Milda Lisowskaite. Dressage really having a little bit of a surge in Lithuania, of course helped by the popularity of Lithuanian dressage rider Justina Vanagaite, who competes at the 5-star level and will be riding as an individual at the Olympic Games this summer, next week in fact. Milda rides the horse Sea Cloud V. She's competed previously in the Children's European Championships. That was back in 2020. Rode the horse Safaris. Sea Cloud, though, her ride for the junior level. They scored 62.667 on Wednesday in the team test. And this is just their third individual test. Personal best is 66.128. Sea Cloud is 14 years old. Was bred by Britta Lubers. He's an Oldenburg horse. Some good 7s and 6.5s. Just a little bit of a jog in the walk. Good stepping around the hind legs. Sadly not quite through together in the flying change, and just unsettles them a little bit into the canter. The halt is good. Unfortunately goes down to a 4 and some 5s for the flying change, but there's certainly plenty to like, and what a way to get things in this competition. Progressing for the Lithuanian dressage contingent. Trending to a similar score that she achieved yesterday.
We have still 3 riders to go before the short break to prepare the footing, but in few moments you're gonna get the result for Milda.
Well, we await the score of Milda Lisauskaite of Lithuania. Coming in at 62.294, she goes into 18th place.
Lisauskaite from Judge E 61.912, H 62.206, from C 61.471, from M 65, from B 62.647, makes a total of 62.294. The result for Milda Lisauskaite from Litouwen. Then we go on with number 24 of our starting list, and that is a combination from Italy.
Well, 3 competitors remain before our next break, and then we bring you the final rank of riders. In case you are wondering who is still to come today, Carlotta Vallarella will come into the ring next, riding for Italy. We also bring you Metaal of Great Britain, as well as Antonio Suarez of Portugal, Josephine Gert Nielsen, another rider to look out for. She rides for Denmark, and for the Netherlands, Dominique van Dalsen, as well as Sophia Don of Ireland. She will be the final rider to go the penultimate rider to go, this afternoon. Carlotta Vallarella, though. It's your next starter for Italy with Jacquard. 42nd in the world rankings. And they scored 66.182 yesterday. Carlotta is quite consistently on the 6.5s here, a couple of 7s. still here in the 7s and 6.5s. They're relatively consistent. Perhaps a wow. Oh, this is a shame. Just a bit unsettled and just not quite coming together. A little bit of a misunderstanding there for Carlotta and Jacques. And so sadly, that affects the walk half pirouette mark. And the counter transitions, of course, as well. As ever, the fault-free test is really what we're looking for. That's the way to get the higher marks. Quite a reserved extended canter, gets 6 to 6.5s.
And this was under the dressage test from
Well, concluding their test there with 7s across the board for their halt, Carlotta, Vallarella and Jacques for Italy.
Of course, a big applause for this combination. Let's see what the judges are thinking about her presentation. And the judges give her 61.
Well, the score for Carlotta Vallarella is 61.647. A few mistakes in there, pulling that score down. So she goes into 19th place, just behind Lithuania's Milda Lisauskaitė and ahead of Pepe Coko of Finland, who sits 20th as it stands.
61.647, the result for Carlotta Vallarella from Italy. We have still 2 combinations to go for the short break. Our next combination is number 25 of the starting list, and she's riding for Ukraine.
Well, 2 riders remain on our list prior to our break. The next will be Yea Stovnicova with Freedom. We're a little bit ahead of time, so Yea has a couple of minutes. She'll be the second rider for Ukraine. The first was sadly eliminated. Leading the way, though, in this competition is still Alex von Boris of Germany, who sits at the top with a score of 72.471. Second place at the moment is another German rider. It is Maria Theresa Pohl, who scored 72.353. Third place and in the bronze medal spot is Miles Graham with Nibley Union Hit, who rides for Great Britain, and his score was 72% exactly.
And there she is, Yea Stovnicova from the Ukraine, and she's riding Freedom. And that's a 14-year-old Dutch warm blood gelding from Apache out of Fantaste. For the Ukraine, Yea Stovnicova.
So the rider for Ukraine is just heading around the arena. Of course, sometimes the judges do look at this part of the just before the test as well for the overall picture, the harmony of horse and rider. It's important to flash the judges a big smile as you're going around the outside, of course. Heading into the ring, though, Yea Stovnicova with Freedom. Ranked 67th in the FEI Dressage World Youth Rankings. And they've competed in the junior competitions since 2021. Travelled to the European Championships in 2023 and placed 46th in the individual test with 67.5. Personal best in the individual test is 68.667, and they achieved that at one of their recent competitions in Commenge des Ruelas in Spain. In our team test, this pair competed on Wednesday to score 66.636. Getting 7s and 6.5s for now. For these early moments. Freedom is bred in the Netherlands and is a 14-year-old gelding. Could allow the head and neck out a little more there. We have a point in that movement. It's a half circle to the right, and they're instructed to let the horse stretch on a long rein. So we could have seen more stretch on a long rein, and then before between S and H they need to retake the reins. A little bit conservative there. Into the walk work then, we just could have a little more forward momentum here. Just a couple of points where this combination are a little bit conservative. A forward approach, forward riding is always rewarded. Really nice placement in the half pass. It's 4.7s for the second half pirouette. Half passes get 6.5s. Let's have a look at these changes, just anticipating them there. And steps through cleanly. Halt's pretty good, just swings the quarter slightly.
This was also a very good
but the halt
dressage
is going
test
to get
from
through
Yea
them 6.5s and 3.7s.
Let's see what the judges are thinking about this dressage test from Yeva. We have still one competitor to go before the short break, and our next competitor is somebody from Spain.
When I saw your face, I couldn't find the words I meant to say. Stuck inside myself and broken down in every single way.
We await the final score for Yea Stovnicova. Just coming in there, it is 63.794. Yeva then will go into 17th place.
63.794%. From Judge E, 62.941.
Scores ranging from 62.9 up to 65.4, so not too much of a discrepancy. Of course, as ever, we have these 5 judges around the ring who get themselves a different view of the test.
In the arena for Spain, Nil Uresia Lopez. She is riding Veronica van GC. It's a 9-year-old stallion from Vitalis out of Veldmeyer. For Spain, Nil Uresia Lopez.
When I saw your face, I couldn't find the words I meant to say. Stuck inside myself and broken down in every single way.
Well, for Spain, the final competitor in this group is Nila Urrutia Lopez, who rides Viriathos van GC. Well, this combination are just inside the world's top 100 riders. 4 juniors. Lovely picture in the extended trot. They won their competitions in Cascais in Portugal back in February and scored 68% on Wednesday in the team test. Their personal best in the individual competition is 67.823. A score similar to that would get them into 12th place here today. And we're trending around 62 to 63%. Balanced on those half circles. Get 7s there. You can count the beats, they really get that rhythm, really consistent. Just trending a little below their personal best. Not by a long way. And there just could be a little straighter in the strike off, but again, fairly good. Oh, nearly a perfect halt, just struggling to
So this was also
clinch
a very
the
nice
immobility
dressage
there,
test
but
from Nila
nicely
Urrutia
enough as
Lopez
in
from
any case,
Spain.
they do just about get that halt. Well, it's Nila Urrutia Lopez, so it gets 5s really for that halt. Didn't really stand still for very long.
So that means that we have now a break of 15 minutes.
Who gets the job done, and
prepare
the
the
score
footing,
is coming in
and then
for
we can go on
our
with the fourth
Spanish
part
rider,
of this junior
Nila
competition,
Urrutia
Dressage
Lopez,
Dressage.
Viriathos
And in a few
Van
moments
GC.
you're going to get the results for
Score in
Nila
is
Urrutia Lopez for Spain.
66.176%, and that will put them into 16th place.
Beautiful, oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my. So beautiful. If I ever cross your mind, oh, I hope you feel.
Well, 16th place it is for Spain's Nila Urrutia Lopez. Alex von Boris still leads the way for Germany with that super score of 72.471. We have a short break now before we bring you the final group of riders. Next up, we have Metaal of Great Britain. But 8 riders will come forward in this final group,
And here is then the
taking you
results
through
for
Great
Nila
Britain,
Urrutia
Portugal,
Lopez.
Hungary, Denmark, Poland, the
66.176%,
Netherlands, Ireland, and
From Judge
Slovakia.
E, 63.382.
Don't go anywhere, we'll be back in
From H,
15 minutes' time.
66.324. From C, 67.941. From M, 67.647. And from B, 65.588. Makes a total of 66.176% for Nila Urrutia Lopez from Spain. That means that still in the lead is Alex von Boris with 72.471. Second place for Theresa Pohl. Third place Miles Graham. 4 Morgan Walrave. And 5 Anna Duby Pilardi. It's the top 5 at this moment. And we are back in 15 minutes.
Beautiful, oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my. Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my. If I ever cross your mind, oh, I hope you feel the same. Beautiful. Beautiful.
So in 5 minutes we go on with the fourth part of this juniors individual dressage competition of the European Championships here at Centaur Park. We have still 7 combinations to go before the first part is finished for today. And then tomorrow at 2 o'clock we start again with this class, with the second part, the second group of this junior individual dressage competition. In a few moments, still 4 minutes to go, we invite number 27 in the arena. It's a rider from Great Britain. So,
Welcome back to Belgium then, to the FEI Dressage European Championships held at Centaur Park this time around, and we're right in the midst of the junior individual competition. Leading the way at the moment we have Alex von Boris with Fiengefuel. who leads the way with a score of 72.471. Her teammate, Maria Theresa Pohl, so both of those for Germany, sits in second place with Lennox US with a score of 72.353. And in third, we have Miles Graham with Nibbly Union Hit, scoring 72% exactly. Another British rider comes forward now. This is Metaal. And Meta rides Fidelio van het Blumenhof. She competes in, of course, the junior competitions, but also in the under 25 classes as well. This is her 4th European Championships. Really nice halt. Really calm, real moment of immobility there. She competed in last year's Junior Europeans with Caporal da Massa and finished 10th in the individual competition and was part of the bronze medal winning team. And back in 2022, she competed in the pony competition and also back to the juniors in 2021 as well. She contributed to the British team, finishing 4th in the team competition that we rounded out yesterday. She competed on Wednesday of this week and scored 69.364. Finished 21st individually. Picking up the 7s and 7.5s at the moment. Her teammate Miles Graham sits on a score of 72. Good few 7s and 7.5s there in the half circle. Smooth transition. Plenty of 7s for the extended walk, and remember there's double marks up for grabs for the extended walk. Again, she maintains a good regular rhythm through the half pirouette and very smooth transition up to the canter. That's really nicely ridden. Score comes through there, 3 7s. 7s and 7.5s for the flying changes. They are well established for Meta with Fidelio. He is by Fidatans out of a Jasmare. Again, really nice change on this 15-year-old. This horse, as you may imagine, is a former rider of Anders Dahl and competed up to Grand Prix level, 5-star Grand Prix level. He's achieved scores of nearly 74% at Grand Prix level and competed at the Senior European Championships in Rotterdam in 2019 in the Grand Prix and the Special, also in the 5-star Nations Cup of Aachen. And fantastic to see Meta now learning from this horse's experience to put it in such a strong performance. Looking to be over 70% here, gets a halt with scoring an 8 from the judge at C. Just wait for that confirmed score then. An 8 for the general impression from the judge at M. So some strong scores there for Metaal. Some 7s, 7.5s, 8s. Another good performance from the British team. She's not going to take the lead. Miles Graham will stay in 3rd place for now. Score looks to be in then for Metaal of 70.676, and she slots into 4th place. So again, strong performance from the British team. The Germans take the 1st and 2nd spots, and Great Britain take 3rd and 4th.
H 70.147, by C 70.588, by M 72.941, and by B 70.588.
Solid performances for Meta and Miles.
And then now we're going to see Antonio Soares for Portugal with Ipizio das Figueiras. It's gelding from the east out of Prince.
So we go to Portugal's Antonio Soares now.
Soares.
He rides Epico das Figueiras, who is a Lusitano gelding. He's 15 years old. And yesterday, on Wednesday they scored 65.379 in the team test. This is Antonio's 2nd Europeans, competed in the children's division in 2022. Part of the 7th place team. That was with another horse called Heroi da Malhadinha. Epico das Figueiras, though, this 15-year-old partner, who's another former Grand Prix horse, Grand Prix to 3-star level with Antonio Verdeo Perez. Quite consistent 6s to 7s. Just loses the straightness a little coming into the half pirouettes, but through that. Trending now to 64% for Antonio Suarez. Had a couple of good wins in Portugal earlier on this year, one in Alter do Chão and a couple in Abrantes as well in April. Well, a good final line for Antonio Suarez and Pico das Figueiras. This Lusitano gelding. Always lovely to see these Lusitanos in action. Not something that you see every day.
And this was also a very
but
nice
really making their mark.
dressage test
Riding
from
for
Antonio
Portugal.
Suarez. In a few moments I can give you also the points
And
for
the
this
trending
combination.
score for them heading just below 64% now. So we await that confirmed score for Antonio Suarez, as I say, looking to be just under 64%. And yes, the score is confirmed. It's 63.912, and that will put him into 19th place for the Portuguese contingent.
From Judge E, 66.029, from H, 63.824, from C, 64.412, and from M, 61.765. And from Judge B, 63.529. It's a total of 63.912, the result for Antonio Suarez. Then we go back to Hungary with Nora K Ride, and she's riding Dancing Queen BC. It's a 19-year-old Hanoveraanse mare from Don Crusader out of Weseloh. For Hungary, Nora K Ride.
We turn then to Hungary once again. Nora K Ride is their second competitor here in this individual competition with Dancing Queen BC. This combination ranked 33rd in the world. It is their second European Championships together. Last year they finished 42nd in the individual test, scoring 68.264. Not quite off to the start that they might have liked, with some fives thrown in with the sixes there. And she's just pulling up here. I think possibly being summoned over by the judges. I'll just wait for the verdict here. Well, after a brief conversation with our judges, it looks like the end of the road for Nora K Ride and Dancing Queen BC. And they are going to be eliminated, sadly.
And it's the judges decide to eliminate Nora K Ride.
And so Nora K Ride departs the arena. Well, that means then that we'll have a slight pause now. Of course, as ever, our competitors are entitled to wait until their allotted time, use all the time available to them, and I think that's probably what will happen for Josephine Gert Nielsen. We have 5 riders still to bring you, and Josephine will be the next, with Bravio Bianco for Denmark. So her time is 6:29 local time, so we're anticipating a 5-minute hold now until Josephine's start time.
So in a few minutes we are inviting start. Number 30 in the arena is a Danish combination. But this combination still has 4 minutes left. And there she is, number 30 of the starting list for Denmark, Josephine Gert Nielsen. And she's riding Bravio Bianco. It's a 9-year-old Hannoveraanse gelding from Belantis out of De Niro. For Denmark, Josephine Gert Nielsen.
Well, slightly ahead of time then, Josephine Gert Nielsen is going to come forward for Denmark. She rides Bravio Bianco. This combination ranked 35th in the FEI Dressage World Youth Ranking. Bravio Bianco is a 9-year-old gelding by Belantis out of a De Niro mare. This is Josephine's third Europeans. She did the Pony Europeans in 2020 with .com for Team Silver, as well as the Pony Europeans in 2022 for Team Bronze with Kastanienhof Crimson Gold, and then achieved Team Silver yesterday with Bravio Bianco for the Danish team. She's competed this 9-year-old gelding since the spring, well, early part of 2023. They've won in Aalborg in the past and finished on the podium in Aachen as well this year. Finished second in the individual test there, scoring 70.196. Her best score, though, in the individual test is 70.735. Could be a little bit more stretching down in the extended walk, and so gets 6s, 6.5s. Solid 7s for the canter transitions for Josephine Gert Nielsen. This is a lovely rhythmical canter. You could set your watch by them. And that's really reflecting in some solid 7s, 7.5s. Oops. Well, tempo changes are not required in this test, but Josephine Gert Nielsen just demonstrates that Bravia Bianco is more than capable of those. Perhaps we'll see them up the levels in years to come. Round just one achieved there at K, as is required. 3 7s for that. Down to the halt then.
Oh, this was
with more 7s for Josephine Gert Nielsen. She's edging closer to that 70% mark. Can she get there? Just under. And unfortunately, a little bit of an error there in the flying change is going to pull the score down. This walk heading out is lovely. We could have just done with a little bit more extension of the frame, and a little bit like this in the extended walk as well. Looks like Josephine Gert Nielsen will head into the top 10 at this stage.
Any other points for Josephine?
Score then for Josephine is 68.294.
Veronica Usc Ride from Poland with Mr. Despo.
And that's going to put it into 9th place. As we turn to Veronica Usc Ride with Mr. Despo. He's an 11-year-old by Desperando, owned by Magdalena Usc Ride. 6.5s and 7s for the entry. Another top 100 in the World Rider, 64th. Finished 41st in the team test, scoring 66.636. They were the winners of the individual and freestyle tests in Budapest back in May. Also finished second in the individual test in Sopot last month. So have had some pretty solid results very recently. To put this one into context for you, their best score in the individual test so far is 68.774, and that would put them into 9th place, should they be able to achieve something similar. Well, achieves that change cleanly. In fact, gets an 8 from the judge at M. They're solid through the simple change as well. That's a lovely amount of bend in the half pass. Sadly for that second change, gets a couple of 4s.
And also
that rounds things out then for Veronica Usc Ride of Poland, final competitor of the day for Poland.
I have to give the points also from Josephine Gert Nielsen. That was 68.294.
A couple of Polish competitors to bring you tomorrow. Likes of Anna Blonska and Veronica Pauluk. But the task at hand is for Veronica Usc Ride with Mr. Despo, and their score is coming in at 66.206. Not quite up to their personal best. It'll head them towards 18th place.
So now we are waiting for the results of Veronica Usc Ride. We have still 3 riders to go in this competition. 1 for the Netherlands, 1 from Ireland and 1 from Slovakia. And the points for Veronica Usc Ride is 66.206.
Well, that confirmed score then for Veronica Usc Ride is 66.206, and it is indeed 18th place.
265 by M70 by B 65.882.
Well, for today, just 3 competitors remain.
For Veronica Usc Ride from Poland.
We are a little bit ahead of time, and so a couple of minutes now we can just see our next competitor warming up still, of course in the characteristic orange jacket. It's going to be Dominique van Dalsen of the Netherlands with Just Johnson. So we anticipate just a few moments while we wait for Dominique. Her time is 6:45. 5, so potentially just 3 minutes until her start time.
En daar is voor Nederland Dominique van Dalsen met Just Johnson. Dat is een Nederlandse warmbloed ruin van Johnson TN uit Florencio. Voor Nederland Dominique van Dalsen. Well, for the Netherlands, Dominique van Dalsen is their final competitor of the day with Just Johnson. As this horse's name suggests, he is by Johnson and out of a mare by Go. They just make a beautiful picture. Such a highlight of the team competition for me. Scored just under 70%, but just you can see that Johnson breeding so clearly here. They're just inside the top 100 in the world as well. He's a 10-year-old gelding, and most certainly an incredible prospect for the future. Very clear 3 tracks of the legs in the shoulder in there. In April, they went to Tolbert in the Netherlands and finished second in every competition they contested. Second in the individual class with 72.157, just bettered by Yasmin Westerink. Yasmin, who will be last to go tomorrow. Now that is a really nice stretching down of the neck, really clear difference in the frame, and she picks back up. There is no resistance in picking back up there at all. Similarly, when they were second in the freestyle in Tolbert, that was also to Yasmin. That score, as you may imagine, was also their personal best in the individual test, 72.157. A score similar to that would have them in the top 3. They're trending in 3rd place at the moment.
great level of overtrack in the walk. He's got a really big walk. Gets 7s across the board for the collected walk. And the extended gets them 7s and a 7.5. It's really nice to see this test being well rewarded.
You can tell by the way she walks that she's my girl. You can tell by the way she talks, she rules the world. You can see in her eyes that no one is her chain. She's my girl, my super girl. And then she say, it's okay, I got lost on the way, but I'm a super girl.
Just so flowing around the half circle.
And then she say, it's alright, I got home late last night, but I'm a super girl. And super girls just fly. And then she say, it's alright, I got home late last night, but I'm a super girl. And super girls just fly. And then she say that nothing can go wrong.
En jawel hoor, opnieuw hebben we weer
Well, big
genoten van
pats
een
for
mooie
this
dressuurproef
stunning
van Dominique
10-year-old
van Dalsen.
Just
Natuurlijk
Johnson
kan hier en daar wel wat werk
from
toe gaan,
Dominique van Dalsen
maar
of
dat
the
komt wel goed
Netherlands.
naar de toekomst toe.
Beautiful horse and beautifully ridden
En dan wachten we nog eventjes op de
by
punten van
Dominique.
de jury
She's
voor
trending
Dominique van
now
Dalsen.
just under the 70%, but he just has the most beautiful natural way of going. And at just 10 years old and quite a large horse, I think he'll only continue to develop and become a real star of the future.
Daar hebben we dan Dominique van Dalsen met haar mooie prestatie.
Well, the score is in. It's 68.794 for Dominique van Dalsen of the Netherlands. She goes into 9th place with Just Johnson. One of our judges, the judge at M, had her over 70%, over 71% in fact. But the eventual averaged out score is 68.794.
Maakt dus een totaal van 68.794% voor Dominique van Dalsen. Next combination now for Ireland, Sophia Don Ride met Batikar.
Well, we go to Ireland's Sophia Don Ride now.
Dutch warm blood gelding from Obelisk out of Juventus. For Ireland, Sophia Don Ride.
Well, Sophia has competed in eventing as well as in dressage, and this is her second European Championships. She was part of the 15th place team for Ireland in 2023 with Batika and placed 44th individually in our team competition. She rode on Wednesday and scored 66.273. was a successful pony rider as well, competing in the ponies internationally up until 2022. And very impressively, she's also contested a Grand Prix, 2 in fact, at 3-star level, 1 at Addington and 1 at Hickstead with her horse Enrico. Batika is an 18-year-old gelding who is Dutch bred. Was a former ride of Zante de Bakker of Belgium. Competed this horse up to Inter 1 and Prix St George level, as well as in the young rider competitions. Again, a good level of stretching down in the trot and no resistance to being picked back up there as well. Really nicely ridden. .265 is their best score in the individual test. Achieved that in Kronberg in the Europeans last year. So we know that they can perform well at the championships. We're just trending just over 65%.
Everybody gets high sometimes, you know. What else can we do when we're feeling low? So take a deep breath and let it go. You shouldn't be drowning on your own. And if you feel you're sinking, I will jump right over into cold.
Well ridden half pirouette. Got some 7s creeping in here. Good hindquarter engagement for the extended work from Sophia Don. Sophia now quite solidly in the 6.5s and 7s, some 7.5s coming through as well for her canter work, particularly for the extended canter. And a nice halt to finish. A little bit of a hindquarter swing, but really nicely done and well-ridden test from Sophia Don with this obelisk bread. 16-year-old Batika.
So that means there is still one rider left in this competition for today.
Trending towards 65%.
In the meanwhile, we
Be
wait a
great
little
if
bit
she
for
could get
the
to that
result
barrier.
of Sophia Don Ride from Ireland.
I'm always chasing time, it's never on my side. Wish I could make it right. Oh, someday I hope I'll find a little peace of mind and leave it all behind.
So here is the result for Sophia.
Well, the score is in for Sophia Don Ride. It's 64.647, and she'll go into 22nd place with that performance.
From H 64.559, from C 66.029.
Not much discrepancy in our judges' scores, going from 63.088 up to 66.029.
7 the result for the Irish combination. And then we go to Slovakia with Sofia Laura Petronova, and she is riding
The
Florida
final
Coko
rider then
at,
in today's competition.
it is in Westphalen gelding from feedback out of Fidermark. For Slovakia
Will be Sophia Laura Petronova, who rides for Slovakia with Fleur d'Accord. This horse is 13 years old, is by feedback out of a feeder mark mare, and is owned by FEI Dressage. Remember that leading score is from Alex von Boris, it's 72.471, and that's quite a stiff test to be matched by Sophia Laura Petronova.
You can be my guiding light. Keep me company in the night. That's all I need. All I want is for you to stay a little longer now. With arms around me like a border. Like the air I breathe, I let you in. Keep me warm underneath my skin. 'Cause I'm giving in to your touch. I can never get enough. Diving deep into our ocean. You can be my safety zone. Somewhere I can go and feel alone. That's all I need. All I want is to stay a little longer now. Arms around me like a
Lovely regular rhythm through the trot work.
stream. You take me in to a place that I've never been. Now
Good bend in the shoulder in. Could have been a little more on the 3 tracks. But smoothly through those two half circles. Could have a little bit more extension in the walk, a bit more extension of the frame. Just quite conservative. Smoothly into the canter though. Just a little bit of stiffness there through the half pass. And here again, just a little laboured in the counter canter. Slips the change through.
Anywhere you wanna go, I follow.
Well, Sophia Laura Petranova rounds out her test here at Centaur Park with Fleur d'Accord. Lots to like about that test, trending around 62-63%. Going to be a little bit tricky to challenge our leaders with that performance. We will confirm that score for you as soon as we have it.
And this was also a nice dressage test from Sophia Laura Petranova.
It's a beautiful, beautiful life.
But we are going to wait for the results because not all the results are coming in.
Beautiful, beautiful life with you.
Well, meanwhile, while we are waiting for the result of Sophia Laura, she was also the last competitor for today here in this junior individual dressage contest for the European Championship here at Centaur Park. Tomorrow at 2 o'clock we gonna ride this same class again with the second group. And then I can see that now the points are coming in from our judge from E. So we're gonna give him a little bit more time to get everything in.
Well, the score is in for Sophia Laura Petranova. It's going to be 63.647 and she will slot into 26th place.
So, and all the points
Crucially
are in,
though,
so that means
that is
the
the
result for
final
Sophia Laura
competitor
Petranova is
in today's
63.647.
running of the individual
Judged
competition.
by E is 63.088.
Alex von Boris is leading
It's,
the way for Germany with
64.559.
Fuel
By C,
with an incredible score of
62.088. By M,
72.471.
64.189.
Maria Theresa Pohl is in second, again for Germany, with 72.353. Miles Graham, meanwhile, sits in the bronze medal spot with Nibli Union Hit, a score of 72. Closely followed by Great Britain's Metaal as well, with 70.676 in fourth place. But we have had the final rider for today. We will bring you the second half of this competition tomorrow, Saturday the 27th at 2 p.m. local time. We'll be bringing you the second half of this class, so do join us again then. Of course, if you'd like to watch any of this competition back, you can do so in the FEI TV archive, but I hope that you'll join us again live tomorrow from 2 p.m. Central European Time. It is sure to be a great lineup of horses and riders, and we'll be deciding the medals. Have a great evening, everyone, and I look forward to joining you tomorrow.